Hello, welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. It's the second day of Group 4 of the BetVictor Championship League, the last day of action this week. And we will, at the end of it, of course, have our fourth player into the winners' group. We've already got Hossein Vafai, Sijawi and Kyron Wilson safety through. 4 more places to be decided, and one of those, as I say, will be tonight. And as ever, it's been very interesting action. Stuart Bingham started well yesterday with those 2 wins over Matt Selt and Jackson Page in the opening session. And Mark Selby, of course, coming back, having been so impressive in the previous group, but not reaching the final. He beat Matt Selt. Jack Jones has been in 3 finals, lost his opening match to Joe O'Connor, who was one of the real stars yesterday. Leicester's own Joe O'Connor with 2 wins for him in the opening session. And then in the evening, you can see there Joe O'Connor carried on in the same vein. He beat Selby and he beat Jackson Page as well. Mark Selby did get a win there over Jack Jones. And, well, it's all very tight. And Stuart Bingham, as you can see in the table, just 1 point behind Joe O'Connor, who's played a match more. So they're both unbeaten so far. Mark Selby looking good, 2 wins out of 3. Matt Selt, Jack Jones, Jimmy Robertson all on 1. But Jackson Page played 4, lost 4. So he seems to be heading for relegation. These are the matches that will decide it, although we start with Matt Selt and Jimmy Robertson shortly. That's quite a big match, actually, because whoever wins it gets to 2 points. On the other table, it is a top-of-the-table clash. Stuart Bingham and Joe O'Connor. And you can see all the matches that will be played leading up to the Group 4 final, which will be on Table 1 later tonight. So we start, as you can see, with Matt Selt and Jimmy Robertson. Marcel Eckhart, the referee. It's all about finishing in the top 4. That gets you into those playoffs. Bottom 2 places relegated. 5th place comes back for Group 5, which will be a week on Monday with the 3 playoff losers. Obviously, the winner is into the winners' group. Everything to play for there. Matt Selt and Jimmy Robertson both on a point, so whoever wins this match moves up to 2. Whoever loses it, he's going to be struggling a little, although Selt's actually played a match more. He's played 4. Robertson's played 3. So in a way, it feels like a bigger match for Matt Selt. Anyway, it will all resolve itself. Jimmy Robertson with the first pot of the morning. Ben Wollaston has made the trip through the mists of Leicester to join me. It's quite not the nicest day outside, but well, we're grateful, Ben, that snooker's an indoor sport.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's very cold outside this morning, but it's a lot cosier in this commentary box. Yeah, good opening red from Jimmy. Nice way to start the morning.
Yeah, he started well yesterday. He was on table 2 first up. He beat Jackson Page 3-1. Then he lost to Joe O'Connor. And in the evening, he lost to Stuart Bingham. But he's got 3 matches in total to play in the group phase. So he can still get to 4 points, which would qualify him for the playoffs. 3 might get him through also.
Yeah, he wanted to just screw off those reds a bit more and come back for the red that's left to the black. So even though he's on this red, he's a bit restricted with what he can do with the white. So that's why he's going for the trickier one in middle, because it's the only way he can get a position on the black.
Jimmy Robertson, 14.
I'll be disappointed with that. It's a chance to really hit the ground running this morning. This second day always feels more serious because, of course, it is the day of the final. It's the day when all the places will be decided. Selt lost first up to Bingham and then to Mark Selby, but he did beat Jackson Page in the evening before losing to Jack Jones.
8. Nine. $16. $17. $22.
Got a very sort of meticulous way about himself. You can sort of see him working it all out. Trying to plot a path here to winning the frame at this visit.
Yeah, he's on about 3 reds here, but he's not ideal on any of them, so that's why he's taking a bit longer here.
Yeah. No, who was that?
That's fine.
Still whatever.
Give up, did you?
$23.
Now, of course, there's 2 tables, and Stuart Bingham is looking to make quite a dramatic start here because these are all reds and blacks. We saw him yesterday. He got within range of a maximum. He's made 9 in his career, so to get to 10 would be a great landmark. Oh, he's just flicked off the pink. I have a theory. Whenever we go over to table 2, we curse it, and it seems to have happened again.
Yeah, the commentator's curse.
Well, there'll be some pot on this black, very thin. Remember Sean O'Sullivan? He made one, didn't he, in qualifying? He potted a great black thin with all the long stuff.
28.
Yeah, I think it was even thinner than this. Yeah, it was an amazing pot by Sean.
Not a million miles away. No, not to be. He's won the frame, but no maximum. 81 from Stuart Bingham.
29.
Table 2 is available on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Joe O'Connor's actually playing on for a bit of just a pot of few in that frame, but it's going to be Bingham's.
$34. So, 34.
Well, he's actually quite a distance from that one. That's the score. Just got a slight issue with the graphics, so as you can see, Matt Selt's 20 in front.
Bit surprised Matt's not taking the red in the middle here, but that's why.
1. Matthew's had 1.
Yeah, I mean, this has given him a clear advantage, this fluke, because he's now got him snookered. And the red's all out in the open. It's trouble.
Yeah, Jimmy will do amazing if he doesn't leave Matt a pot here. I think he'd just be happy not to leave him anything easy.
Sometimes, you know, flukes obviously can lead to you winning the frame because you fluke a ball and you make a break. This one has just given Selt the chance to play this nasty snooker.
Oh,
Robertson having a bit of a slash, and wouldn't you know, is it the blue? All the red's there, and is it the blue?
Oh, miss. Matthew Selt.
So Selt, by my reckoning, is 26 in front. Ooh, and he still is, because he's missed that. There you go. I can add up.
wanted the white further over, nearer to the black there, so he's left 2 chances here. Red into the green pocket, which is most likely, and also red into the middle.
He's potted it, but not nice really, this. Kibble on the side cushion.
Yeah, he might not even go for it if it's the wrong angle. It looks pretty straight. So I don't know how he'll get on his next red if he's straight on it. Good pot, but he's still left himself just as hard a red now in the middle pocket.
For set 8.
Well, that red just stopped in time. It's not hanging in the jaws of that middle pocket by any means. It might have done on another day, just roll on a bit. So cagey frame, there's the score. Celt 34 in front. Well, 100 quid's 100 quid, isn't it? They're not going to not going to take any risks here.
I think Matt can move this red far enough away from the middle pocket now, so it doesn't pot. So hopefully it'll get out of this stalemate.
Matt Celt, of course, is featured in the latest ever re-rack in a match on pink and black. Chris Wakelin out in China.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. It's quite unbelievable to get down to 2 balls and have a re-rack.
Well, he actually left that pot on, so that was a mistake from Celt.
1.
Pink's available here, so Jimmy Robertson has another chance. Of course, he was first in. There is a red safe over on the right-hand side. Quite an error really from Selt, because he's renowned as a very good safety player. He'd be disappointed there to leave that on.
7. Eight. Fifteen. 16. 22. 23. 26.
Try and screw back here for green or brown and remove that last awkward red, which is near the side cushion.
Seven.
I think he was trying to leave the double there, but he's overscrewed it a bit.
30.
So I think he'll be playing safe here. Don't think he'll play the double now he's come back that far. Got so close and he hit the wrong jaw, so he's come back and left this red near the middle pocket for Matt.
Just to say, Stuart Bingham, there's the score, 4 points in this frame. Stuart Bingham had 3 centuries yesterday, including a 143. The highest he's made a 126 there, frame 2, 81 in the first. So playing good stuff, leads Joe O'Connor 2-0. This frame's felt more like a decider, really, than an opening frame. It's been very edgy. And again here, he's not finished great.
Yourself. 1.
Well, can Jimmy Robertson still pot this yellow? If not, then he's been fortunate there catching it with the brown. There you are. He's lucky there, Selt, really. Missing the brown, and he's just apologising now. Waiting to see, I think, whether Jimmy could see it before he apologised. Well, we'll see if that makes any difference, knocking that black on the cushion later in the frame. Obviously, out in the open it would be easier to pot.
Sometimes when the ball goes so close to a pocket, you can get this little tip and tap, because there's no way, unless they obviously pot the blue, that this is going to be resolved probably. But that's a good shot from Jimmy.
Ooh, just a little too strong.
And now do we think Matt's 10 in front, do we?
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Yes, if he is, he'll need yellow, green and brown. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, as you say, yellow, green and brown. It's been a very edgy frame, but an interesting one.
2.
Nothing's really come easy, and even here, you know, you kind of fancy him for this, but it could be easier. played it well. So the brown puts him 19 in front, as you see. Basically a half-hour frame to start. But as I say, I think always the second day of these groups feels different. It feels more serious because it's where everything's decided, one way and another.
9.
The winner of this match will go to 2 points, but Celt's only got one more after that, so it does feel a little bigger for him in some ways. And he has won the first frame now.
14. In the first frame.
Yeah, an interesting frame, quite edgy. It was resolved when Jimmy Robertson knocked that blue in over the yellow pocket. So Matt Selt leads 1-0. So 1-0 it is to Matt Selt here against Jimmy Robertson. Half-hour opening frame, quite cagey. Day 2 of Group 4 of the BetVictor Championship League. Top of the table clash has not lasted long. The Joe O'Connor and Stuart Bingham on table 2, because Bingham is going to win 3-0. And he's had breaks there of 81, which, you know, was the early throws of a maximum, 126. And he's currently on 108. Okay. So he's finished off with 2 centuries. That's his 5th so far in the 4 matches he's played. Very, very impressive from Bingham. Winner in 2015, not only of the Championship League, but the World Championship, as Matt Selt catches the pink there.
Yeah.
Marcel Eckhart's going to have to replace it all. (1-3-3) will be the break in the last frame for Bingham.
Was it actually?
What a display that is.
And I think I could have played safe. There was a ball here.
Yeah.
I could have played safe off it, but it was too tight to squeeze past. So they were like that, wherever the reds were. I had the option to play off any of the reds.
Well, I would have thought it was this red and moved. But
Oh, you can move it, you can move it. But this red's got to move away from that. So that's away. And then wherever you think they were, in respect to the...
well, I'm mixed up now because I was convinced it was that red. But
Well, Matt has offered a bit of help, but it doesn't seem to have helped too much. As far as Marcel Eckhart's concerned, he's a bit confused
leave it.
about which red moved.
Well, 100% these two were both full ball visible. Without
Oh, okay. So it
shadow.
must have been this red then that goes here.
This red there,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I mean. So
Yeah.
I could have played off this, but maybe
Understood.
maybe
Understood
a
you.
bit, Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
a bit closer.
Okay.
It looked a bit tight.
Yeah.
Sorry. A bit further left. Towards you. No, towards you. Side cushion. A bit more. Yeah.
Obviously, in a lot of TV events, there's a separate marker who has access to a screen. Although that doesn't always seem to help
Couldn't
that
see
much
this one.
either.
Okay.
Anyway, Matt was all over that, wasn't he? And seemed satisfied.
Yeah. In that case, it must go further left.
A bit further that way. More. Sorry. And then the red behind it.
Yeah, it'd be difficult in this situation, even seeing how it was before, because we're talking about millimeters here. So
So if you move it towards you.
only Matt and the referee would know exactly how much he could see of the red behind the pink.
It must have gone down.
Maybe the pink slightly down.
Yeah, but
If I put the pink down.
unless you can leave it be, unless the white was further this way, so I couldn't see it. So it was
Tiny
there.
bit more this way. Yeah.
Because I know I could nearly see. If you don't think that moved, I could nearly see all. Three
It's
of them.
definitely not right yet. Yeah. I can tell.
Doesn't matter. I'm going to play a different shot.
I actually.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I'm going to plot this for any on blind.
Jimmy.
Well, after all that, he's not playing that red anyway.
Save all the another 10 minutes again.
Next match on table 2 is Jack Jones against Jackson Page, an all-Welsh match, but of course Jackson Page played 4, lost 4, so he's really struggling even for 5th place. Not impossible, but needs to win that match and then his last match as well later against Mark Selby, no less.
Foul, Jimmy Robertson. Foul, Jimmy Robertson.
Neither player quite at the races yet this morning.
See Jimmy and Matt both keep blowing their hands, so maybe they're a little bit cold in there. And sometimes when you've got cold hands, it's you don't have any feeling in judgment of pace and shots and stuff, so it can be difficult.
One.
Matt and Jimmy go back a long time, you know, from junior days, and they're really good friends. Sometimes it can be awkward playing each other, so maybe that's the reason why it's not been as good so far. Jimmy actually brought Matt up in the car up to the Championship League, so they said they had a good chat together up in the car.
Well, let's see how good the chat is on the way home, depending on what happens today. If they were to play in the final later, it could be awkward.
Seven. $13. $14. $21.
Yeah, Matt deliberately left himself slightly low on this red so he can open the reds.
22.
Big shot now on the blue. Could have got an easier shot at a colour, because he's opened the reds now, so he'll be leaving them for Robertson.
Yeah, this could be a frame winner or frame loser, this blue. So yeah, that's why he's got down again, because he knows it's a big shot.
Yeah, nicely done that. So now it's a question of just trying to stay nicely in, and it's a big chance to extend his lead to 2-0.
7. $28.
No one. Oh, actually, don't.
Yeah. $33. 34. $40.
41.
Didn't seem that happy with where he finished on the pink, but he had so many options with reds where they are. It's a major chance this to win the frame.
48.
Yeah, he's perfect on this red at the bottom with these three reds together. That's probably the only last shot I think that could have gone wrong. If he'd have underhit that, then he could have had problems, but should be the frame to Matt now.
63.
Yeah, as I said earlier, you know, he has this quite deliberate style, but that's fine as long as they're going in. And this black puts him 60 in front with 59 available. Blue was a big shot, wasn't it, when he got the reds open? You know, that was, as Ben said at the time, he could have lost the frame had he missed it, but he played it really well and has just motored on here. Like this red to, you would think, stop any playing on for snookers. And now a chance to make a century. He made one yesterday. Sorry, he made two yesterday. I'm selling him short.
Yeah, I think Matt's just taken a little bit extra time because his cue he uses is getting some work done in Thailand. He showed me this morning, and he's only used this cue for a couple of days, so he's obviously not got complete confidence in it. So that's why there's probably a little bit of doubt
77.
in a few shots he plays. But obviously now the frame's won, I'm sure he'll play quicker.
Yeah, I mean, he turned up to Riyadh, didn't he, for the ranking event there in Saudi Arabia, and the cue was broken, basically.
$84. $85.
In the group yesterday, we had 10 centuries. Bingham's already had 2 this morning. And Matt Selt pots that tricky last red, and surely the black will follow for a hard-earned century here.
Nicely done by Matt. Matt's the record holder in the Championship League for the most centuries in 1 year. think he made 23 or 24, which is some going.
Yeah, 23 actually equalled Kyron Wilson's record, so they share it. Much to his disappointment, he had a chance to make another one and break it. But anyway, maybe this year. This is his third. Yeah, good stuff that. Matt Selt with a break of 105 extends his lead over Jimmy Robertson to 2-0. So century from Matt Selt. He leads 2-0 against Jimmy Robertson. They've started on table 2, Jack Jones and Jackson Page. This is an all-Welsh affair. Big match as well because Jack Jones has got 1 point overnight. Jackson Page none at all. And in fact, Page has played a match more. He's played 4. Jones has only played 1. Jack Jones has been in 3 finals so far, all 3 of them, and lost all 3, of course. But still in the mix here for a playoff place tonight. As Matt Selt gets frame 3 underway, leading 2-0, so 1 more frame. He will get his 2nd point in this table, and that would take him 3rd for now, albeit he's only got 1 more match to play. Snooker going on at the moment in Mons in Belgium, the Q Tour. Our colleague Stephen Hallworth's over there, and Ulin Boyko from Ukraine has made a 147 this morning, so every credit to him. Great talent, has been on tour, trying to get back on, of course.
Yeah, and I think next week there's also amateur event in Morocco for junior and senior tournaments and possible places on the main tour for next season. So I'm sure Boyko will be in them as well and be one of the favourites, especially in the junior event.
Yeah, it's the World Snooker Federation Championships, which do, as you say, carry tour cards.
The reason I know quite a bit about it is because 3 players that I coach, juniors from my club, are going to the junior event.
Well, in the very first frame, he got in first, Jimmy Robertson, and broke down almost immediately, and really nothing has gone for him since. And this could be a big mistake. Matt Selt feeling good clearly after that century in frame 2. Yeah, there's various pathways onto tour, and of course the last of them is the Q school itself, which will be here after the World Championship. That's a pretty horrible affair for everybody unless you get through. There's only 4 people happy at the end of Q school, the 4 winners of each of the 2 events.
Yeah, it must. Well, hopefully I'm not involved with it anytime soon. But I know it's a very emotional roller coaster for all the players, especially, obviously, the closer you get to your dream to get back on the tour or get on for the first time. Yeah, it's a horrible couple of weeks for them.
Well, that was a chance to potentially get the match won, but Matt Selt misses the red unexpectedly. I mean, Jimmy Robertson actually was nearly relegated, wasn't he? Because, of course, he won that European Masters 2018 a couple of years later. He had to win a match at World Qualifying to keep his tour card. Those points come off, and obviously if you haven't quite been putting the results together in the interim, you're going to fall backwards. Luca Purcell, I mean, there was talk about him dropping off tour at the end of the season. I don't think that will happen, but he's down in the sort of 50s.
Six. Seven. Twelve.
Yeah, he's not just not landed on a red there, Jimmy. Pushing that red towards a black pocket has caused him a few problems to play a good safety.
Robertson 12.
Again, its visit hasn't come to much. Maybe not putting himself under enough pressure.
Possible to see a re-rack here with that red there. I think that will stop it being a re-rack now because Jimmy can remove that red from the pocket.
Yeah. The business with Chris Wakelin with the pink and black. Chris told me afterwards that because it'd been a while. Basically, the two balls were sort of very close to the pocket and just clipping thin off the pink. And he said, obviously they re-racked and started again. And John Higgins afterwards heard about it and he said to Chris, set the balls up on the practice table. I'm intrigued to know, where they were. So he did so. And John said, well, that pink pots. You can pot that. And Chris said, no, we've been 10 minutes on there. No chance. So anyway, John got down and potted it.
1.
So they could have been saved a lot of hassle. Anyway, meantime, Jimmy Robertson has been left a red. Now, is this the start of some sort of revival in fortunes? Because he's struggled in this match so far.
Yeah, going back to the Q score and the, different ways of getting on the tour. I think it's really nice to see some young mainland European players on the tour who are doing pretty well themselves, like Zizins and Reves from Hungary, I think, and Kowalski from Poland. 3 really promising young players, because normally it's the young players have always mostly been from UK and China, but we've never had, until the last few years, some top European young players.
Yeah, and of course what they can do is inspire other players in those countries if they see one of their own on tour. Seen that a little bit with Luca Brissell, haven't we, from Belgium?
20. One.
Surely not. Ooh, close, wasn't it? Jackson Page has won the opener against Jack Jones. Is this the group where Jack Jones's road ends? This break nearly ended here. Just stayed out of the middle pocket.
Nice recovery there by Jimmy. Back in prime position again.
$34. 35. $41. 42. $47.
Well, he could have finished a little better on this. Yeah, he's not quite there yet. There's still 59 on the table. If he were to pop the green, Matt Selk could still tie. If he misses, there is enough on. Played it pretty well though, 51. So one more red and it should be 2-1. Well, this will make him feel better because it was a bit of a slow start on Robertson, but the match isn't done yet.
$59. 60. $65. 66.
We saw Stuart Bingham last night make his 600 career century. Jimmy Robertson is on 198 for his career, so can get within one of 200 here.
71.
Well, he hasn't done that, but 71 he'll be delighted with because it was a slow start from Jimmy Robertson, but that's more like it, and he cuts Matt Selk's lead to 2-1. 71, the break from Jimmy Robertson to win his first frame here this morning. 2-1 to Matt Selt. The last day
Fourth frame.
of this week of Championship League. Of course, we take a break for the Masters. We'll be back on Monday, the 20th of January. Judd Trump and Neil Robertson actually are due in that group, as indeed is the new shootout champ, Tom Ford. It was a rather different atmosphere here at the Mattioli Arena when Tom won that tournament last month. So as we're getting underway here, they're coming towards the end, it would seem, of frame 2 on table 1. I'll start that sentence again. The end of frame 2 on table 2. Jackson Page won the first. Jack Jones, though, sort of immovable force here, isn't he, at the Championship League? He might turn up tomorrow. There's no play, actually, but he's been here all week, and he's been in 3 finals, and he'd love to get through, of course, to winners group. And he's going to be levelling up at 1 each there.
73.
Seems every year you get one player who comes in Group 1 and kind of hangs around. Matt Selt, of course, a couple of years ago, that was him. That's when he made those centuries. He was 23.
When you just mentioned, Dave, about Tom Ford winning the shootout in Leicester, it just changed my mind. And Jimmy was playing a safety, and all I could think was make sure you hit a cushion, even though obviously you don't need to in this Championship League, but the shootout is a different tournament and different rules.
Yeah, I always kind of feel a bit for the referees in that, because you've got to adjust to the new rules very quickly and also ignore everything that's going on around you.
Jimmy will be really disappointed there, just because he didn't get the white close to that black cushion.
1.
He left a pretty straightforward starter there for Matt.
Twelve. Thirteen.
You're just joining us. Selt made a century in frame 2. The first frame was quite disjointed. Obviously, Robertson's won the third, but Matt Selt looked good in that frame. They're each looking for their second point in this group. Stuart Bingham and Joe O'Connor currently both on 4.
$21. 26.
Well, he's had a good look at this from both sides, red to middle. Body language is good, I think. It's obviously tight, though.
$27.
Nicely done. You'd have known definitely if Matt wasn't on that red, he'd have let you know. But yeah, it was definitely tight. He just played it with a touch of right hand side. But he's back in good position now.
They might have known on the other table if he wasn't on it, but anyway, all is well.
Yeah, Matt will be keen to win this match in this frame because yesterday he was in control of the match with Mark Selby. He was 2-0 in front and lost that match 3-2. So he'll know how quickly these matches can change.
Yeah, I mean, because they're so short, really, right from the off, you're under it. And particularly on day 2, as I say, where you're more conscious of the table and you know what you need to do, and you start thinking about maybe other scores, and there's a lot to think about as well as just playing the game. And I think also there's a number of players in this group, you know, they're in the 30s in the rankings, they're looking for playing opportunities. They're not necessarily all going to be in some of the big events coming up, so the Championship League for them maybe feels more important than to some of the real top players. Obviously some of those did withdraw ahead of the Masters rather than taking up the option to carry on, but these players were delighted to get the call up.
$45.
Yeah, as you said, like players in the 20s and 30s, it can be, you know, really good few days financially for the players. Jack's done really well so far with 3 finals, like you said. But yeah, Matt, I always think if you stay in 2 or 3 groups, it's really good match practice as well.
46.
And that's why making the playoffs is so important, because obviously you want to win the group, get in the winners group, chance for the Champion of Champions, but you know if you're in the top 4 tonight, the worst case scenario is you'll be coming back for the next group.
$53. $54.
So the black to lead by 61. Another red with a big colour required to complete victory.
$61.
This feels like the last chance really for this to go wrong in terms of a match-winning break. But it's nicely done.
62.
So just a check of the scores. The black puts him 69 ahead with 67 remaining. I suppose in truth this is the last chance for it to go wrong, but you expect him to pot this. And the red to make sure, and it's going to be a point for Mattioli, and a good performance overall.
69.
He won that close opening frame, and he's made a couple of frame-winning breaks in the other two that he's won, possibly another century.
$70.
Yeah, he's come too straight on that pink to open those 4 reds. So trying the blue, cut it in the middle, come off 2 or 3 cushions to move these reds. I think now you might just see a smack, hopefully fluke one.
75.
Well, 75 will do nicely, and it completes
75.
victory for Mattioli, 3-1 over Jimmy Robertson. So he collects a second point, and for now, he's third in the table. He's only got one more match to play, though. Jimmy Robertson does have 2 more.
I think you are.
And indeed, he stays on, Jimmy, to take on the great Mark Selby next.
Welcome back. It's the final day of Group 4 hit at the BetVictor Championship League Snooker. And this is a quick look at the group table. Stuart Bingham hasn't lost a match yet. 4 wins from 4 matches played. In fact, he's only just lost 4 frames. That's really good going. He's playing some superb snooker. Joe O'Connor, though, is doing rather well. He's played 5 matches with 4 victories, so he's looking very good for the playoffs this afternoon, the semi-final playoffs that will be. Matt Selt, 2 points from 5 matches. So he's in 3rd place. Mark Selby has got matches in hand against a lot of the other players, so he's still looking good, although he's in 4th at the moment. I'm expecting Mark Selby to rise up the tables a little more during the course of play today. Jack Jones, well, he's currently in action on table 2 against his Welsh compatriot Jackson Page. Jackson Page is winless from all the matches he's played. He says he's played 5 matches there. He's actually played 4. He's playing his 5th match as we speak, as is Jack Jones. So Jack Jones hasn't actually played 4 matches. He's actually played 3, but he's looking quite good. He's 2-1 ahead of Jackson Page, so it's highly likely that he will get an extra point there. Jimmy Robertson, as you can see, in 6th place, so work to do for Jimmy, having just lost that previous match to Matt Selt. And this is a quick look at what's going on table 2. Jackson Page, a little all at sea, it has to be said. It's not been a good group for him. He's been struggling a little bit and hasn't won his first point yet. And it's an important match, this, for Jack Jones, because he began poorly yesterday, but did get a win in the end. If he can start performing today, he's obviously very tired. Jack Jones, he's played in every group and lost in the final of every group. He's played the most snooker of everybody here, so certainly got work to do, Jack Jones, but I'm sure he's feeling a lot better now. He's had problems with his neck, but he's assured me that his neck is in a much better shape now. It's virtually back to normal. He's had physio on it. But anyway, we'll keep you in touch with what goes on there on table 2.
Thank you. First frame, Jimmy Robertson to break.
So Jimmy Robertson, having just lost 3-1 to Matt Selt, is now having to take on Mark Selby, no less, 4 times a world champion. He'll be playing in the Masters just in a few days from now. He's 41 years old now, Mark Selby. What a career he's had. 4 World Championship titles, 23 ranking titles in all. One of the game's all-time greats. With me to enjoy this, Ben Wollaston, another local boy from Leicester. Now, Ben, you must have practiced with Mark Selby. Although I don't know if you'd have enjoyed this. I don't think I would.
No, yeah, I've played Mark hundreds of times. No, I enjoy it. It's like going to school some days. You learn quite a lot playing with Mark. Yeah, this is a bigger match for Jimmy against Mark. It's almost a must-win match. And to be honest, you can't really think of a worse opponent to play when you need a win. So, yeah, it's going to be tough for Jimmy, but he does need the win here, really, otherwise he'll be risking relegation from this group.
And just how good is Mark Selby in practice? What sort of performances does he put in, Ben?
Better than that.
Foul.
Yeah, miscued there. Yeah, he's amazing in practice, and the good thing about playing Mark in practice is he still gives it 100%. He doesn't play any shots he wouldn't play in a match, which in practice most players will play a bit more free and go for a lot more shots than they might do in a match, but Mark plays basically identical in practice to how he would in a match, which is really good. I think Mark, he's had about maybe 7 centuries in a row against me in practice. Is his best, but yeah, he does quite often stop you playing for a couple of hours sometimes without getting a proper good chance.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I think for everybody, just you get an idea of how good these greatest players of snooker really are on the practice table, what they're capable of doing. And I've heard stories of people like Jack Lisowski, Stephen Hendry making 8 or 9 centuries in a row as well. And, you know, it's just an incredible standard of play, really. Jimmy Robson in here, though, because of the missed cue previously from Mark Selby. Yeah, I remember playing many, many years ago, practicing with Stephen Hendry up in Stirling. And I broke off in the first frame. He's knocked in a long red, made 127. I got in first in the next frame. I was on 12, went into the reds, didn't land on anything. Played what I thought was a great safety. Got another long red, made 86. And I said to Stephen at the end of it, I said, "You're not going to do this to me all day, are you, Stephen?" And he looked at me
12.
with a fierce expression, said, "I'll be trying." He meant business, and that's, you know, this is just typical of all the greatest players, because you have to practice the way you're going to play in a match, don't you? Otherwise you'll pick up bad habits. And, you know, the greatest players, they put in the most time on the practice table.
Yeah, another thing with practicing with
13.
Mark is 2 or 3 snookers in a frame. In practice, he'll still carry on, which maybe quite a lot of players in practice will just think 1 snooker, let's get on with the next frame. But me and Dave Gilbert always joke about playing Mark in practice. If he needs 1 snooker, we feel like we're second favourite. If he needs 2 snookers, it's probably 50-50 game, because he just keeps putting you in snookers time and time again. So if you miss that shot where he only needs 1 snooker, you're probably going to have to endure 15-20 minutes of pain.
20. $21.
That was nicely controlled by Jimmy. Jimmy's unfortunate, isn't he, Ben, because he has what's called a central tremor, which means, you know, internally there's a shake there and it's uncontrollable. It can't be cured, it seems, according to Jimmy. He just has good days and bad days, where sometimes he's shaking like a leaf when he plays, and sometimes it's a little
28.
better. I remember Jamie Cope having something like that. What a player he was back in the day, but it's unfortunate, isn't it, because it's very hard to play snooker at the high stand when you have that.
Yeah, I don't know if he's been better
29.
recently with it. I don't know if he takes any medication or anything to slightly improve it. But yeah, Jamie Cope, another one from the junior days. Jimmy and myself will tell you he's the best junior
Round ball.
we ever played against. It was quite amazing for him to be top 16,
Jimmy Robertson.
so young,
29.
maybe 19, 20 years old, and then, you know, not to be professional now or for quite a few years. It was just terribly sad to see how much he dropped so quickly.
He was a terrific potter, Jamie Cope, a very quick player actually. I remember playing him in a Pro-Am and I was 3-1 up at the interval and I lost 5-3 and didn't see a ball. He potted everything. And he made a 147 in a Pro-Am in Austria, I remember as well. It's, yeah, sadly missed Jamie Cope, a finalist in a ranking event as well. But as you say, the decline was rather rapid because of that sort of central tremor that he had, and yeah, it's very sad.
What a great pot that was by Jimmy. He got so much reaction on it to avoid going in off in the black pocket. Tricky black though, because he's landed quite near the black cushion.
Robertson, 38 years old now. Currently ranked 36 in the world. The highest he's been is 21, which was about 5 years ago now. Closing in on 200 century breaks for his career. Came to prominence by winning the European Masters back in 2018. So he's a ranking event winner.
Yeah, I remember he beat, I think, Joe Perry in the final.
14.
A lot of players were genuinely happy for Jimmy. Everyone who knows Jimmy, you know, you can't not like him. He's a lovely guy. So yeah, he was a popular winner.
It's remarkable, really, though, because I think
15.
it was the first 4 rounds that he played were all won on the black.
Yeah, I think actually respotted black 3 of them. So
Yeah,
it was,
I thought 2. Yeah, 3 was it? Yeah, it probably was. I couldn't believe it, you know, because I mean, me and Rob Milkins are watching a couple of them, and the other guy should have, you know, put him away in rounds 1 and 2, and you know, it's incredible. He ends up winning it. But oh, that black's gone astray though.
Jimmy Robertson.
As he covered the
15.
pocket.
yeah, Jimmy must have thought the further he goes, you know, it's destiny, because you know, happened to happen once where you think you've lost and you win, but to happen 3 or 4 times, yeah, probably never happen again.
Remember Gary Wilson defending the Scottish Open title. Something similar there. He got through rounds on the skin of his teeth, and then, of course, the semi-finals played Zhao Weilong, who potted match ball. In fact, Gary needed 3 snookers in the semi-finals, got them and won, and then lifted the trophy a day or 2 later. Mark Selby obviously thought he could pot the red past that black, but didn't play it as well as he'd like to have done. He's pretty much got away with that, though.
Great pot by Mark, but
1.
he had to be so precise to get the gap there between the 2 reds, which was his main aim really, but the pot was a bonus.
Tell you what, how well has he finished on the green? He's perfectly on it to run the cue ball down for these reds. Just needs to make sure he pots the green. Slightly awkward cueing though.
Four. Five. Yes.
Well, the black, once it's respotted, won't be available into the right corner, so can Mark Selby still play for it here into the left corner? Just depends which of these two reds that he's on.
12.
You get through to the red to the right of the black, that would be ideal.
$13.
Well, Ben, my eyes are deceiving me. That goes into both corners.
Yeah, I agreed with you, Dominic. It didn't look like from our screen that it went in that right pocket.
20.
It's made things a lot easier for Mark now.
$21.
Probably gone about as bad as it could have, opening those
28.
three reds. Not left anything straightforward.
Oh. Mark
Focus.
Selby, 28.
Focused so much on
4.
that red into the green pocket,
Jimmy
he
Robinson.
forgot about where the white was going.
Yeah, just got too much backspin on the cue ball there. He's probably wanting to be just high on the blue. A little more pressure now on Jimmy Robson here in this first frame, just 24 points the lead. Choice of both of these reds here. Mark can get through to both of them.
One.
Nice pot there by Mark. Look where the white's finished, even if he'd missed it. It was got the perfect judgment of pace there. Looked like it drifted there.
Mark Selby, 1.
Jimmy will be happy with the result there after missing that long red. I think he's got the snooker.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, Mark will want to come off 2 cushions here. Cannon the red full ball. Slight chance he could fluke it in the left centre, I suppose, if it's a lucky day. Oh, I didn't want it to cannon the green. Oh, it's amazing, Ben. I was about to say,
4.
actually, if you catch it the wrong side, you can go along the baulk cushion and into the pocket. Never expected it to happen.
Yeah, when Mark's in a snooker like that, I just expect him to hit the perfect contact. He'll be a little disappointed he didn't get it more full, the contact. So then obviously he was trusting more to luck what happened. So that's already, Mark already needs 2 snookers to just to tie. So I think Jimmy might have to pot this yellow though to stop Mark coming back to the table.
$10.
Just the start that Jimmy Robertson was
13.
looking for. You always need to start well against the game's great players to put them under pressure. You don't do that, they can walk all over you.
17. $22.
Doesn't matter about the pink. It was an interesting first frame in the end. No
22.
big breaks really from
Okay.
either player. But it's Jimmy Robertson
Jimmy
who takes
Robertson.
it and takes the early lead. 1-0. Welcome back. Now, we're just going to have a look at the split screen here. Jackson Page looks like he's very close to victory in the All-Welsh affair over on table 2.
Second frame. Mark Selby to break.
Jack Jones was 2-1 up in this match. It looks as though he may lose it 3-2 now. 75 points remain. Just 2 pots away. Oh no, he's cannon the black. He's snookered himself on all colours. Well, it was important the red went in. He's 64 ahead, 67 points on the table still. So still a glimmer of hope for Jack Jones.
One.
That'll make Jimmy feel better. Great long red there.
Always helps though, Ben, doesn't it? When he just won the first frame, if he'd have lost it, maybe he wouldn't have potted that one.
Yeah, definitely the pot looks a bit harder when you've lost the first frame. Looks a little bit easier when you've won it.
3. Four.
Yeah, it was tricky because he had to play that with a
Four.
he had to play that with a lot of left-hand side. If he just had to pot that plain ball, I think he'd have pot that black. But playing it with that much side made it missable.
Quite often a double kiss spells disaster. I don't think Mark Selby can cut that red in that's finished near the right centre pocket there. Play still going on table 2. Jackson Page making a little bit of a mess of things. Committed 2 fouls, so Jack Jones just 56 points behind, but there are still 67 remaining, and he's got a glimmer of an opportunity here, Jack Jones. Keep you up to date with what's happening. But it is available for you via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Do you think Mark took the pot on there, Ben?
Yeah, I think he definitely did, but he edged on hitting it thin because he knew if he hit it thick. But as you know, it's difficult with the spider. And you flick a bit of side on it, it can make you look silly. Surprising mistake there from Mark. He was trying to go as close as he could to the middle pocket to get it in line with the yellow, but he just got a little bit too much screw on it. That's why he hit the jaw of the pocket. Jimmy needs cover with the blue here. I think he's got it.
This has got the makings now of a rather lengthy frame, with that black dangling over that right corner.
Nicely played there from Jimmy. He got the perfect contact there to swing the white round.
And while we're witnessing this tactical exchange, which could go on quite a while, it has to be said, play has finished on table 2, and Jackson Page has defeated his countryman Jack Jones by 3 frames to 2. So up next on table 2, they're significantly ahead of us here on table 1. The remaining match, just one to go there on table 2 of the afternoon session. Matt Selt will be in action against Leicester's own Joe O'Connor. Joe O'Connor, of course, having lost heavily to Stuart Bingham in his first match of the day. Stuart Bingham played terrifically well.
That mistake from Mark going to end the stalemate, because that black there, it was getting tricky for someone to get in, but left Jimmy a good chance now.
1. Eight. 9.
Yes, it's not been the best beginning to this match from Mark Selby. He's made more mistakes than he'd have expected to make. Golden chance here now for Jimmy Robertson. Take a 2-0 lead.
16. 17.
He just played to hit the left-hand red of those two reds, but he caught them both together.
24.
So that's why it's gone slightly wrong.
$25.
Those two reds together that are just
30.
above the black. Tricky to get onto because of those other two reds and the pink. But if you could get on one of them,
31.
then the one next to it would be available into at least 2 or 3 pockets.
$38. 39.
Little short there. I think he can just about get into it enough to either hit the pink here, be a good ball to hit, so it'd free it all up. It's worked out well though. I think he tried to get a little bit more into the white, but he's perfect on these two reds.
46. 47.
Just overran the cubal a touch there. I wonder if he'll try and cannon into the pink here. I was able to just stun past it, that's fine. Looking good here now to establish that 2-0 lead. Gonna put a lot of pressure on Mark Selby.
$55.
Just this pink and one more red. Mark Selby will have a lot of work to do.
Jimmy won't be happy with that shot.
61.
Still can cut this red in, and he only needs the red, which might favour him, so he can take the white up into bulk. Nicely done. I think he'll be snookering Mark
62.
here as well.
Jim Robson. 62 on the frame, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yes, Mark Selby with too much to do. He's seen enough of that frame. It's been a good performance from Jimmy Robertson. He's scoring well when he gets the opportunities, and he's put a lot of pressure now on Mark Selby because it's Jimmy Robertson 2, Mark Selby 0. Well, while we await return of the players over on table 1, we're just going to have a look at table 2. Players just got underway there, but not a ball has been potted yet. Matt Selt beginning to play better and better. He's using a new cue, whilst he's having repairs carried out to his normal cue, and this is a completely different cue to the one he normally uses, but he seems to be performing okay with it. 2 wins from the matches that he's played. He's currently in 3rd place in the group. Every chance of qualifying for the semi-final stages later today. But Joe O'Connor is playing well himself. He's a place above Matt Selt, in 2nd place in the table, already on 4 points, so highly likely that Joe O'Connor will be in the semi-final playoffs later today. Stuart Bingham the only player above him. So we'll keep you in touch with what happens there. The early stages of their match, of course, in the first frame. And it's Jimmy Robertson breaking off here for frame number 3. Already 2-0 to the good.
Yeah, the dreaded double kiss. Couldn't have gone much worse for Mark there. It's been a struggle so far in this first match of the day for Mark. Can see he's struggling. He can keep saying about his hands, and he's blowing his hands that are cold. He does struggle with that even when it's pretty warm, to be honest. He always has a problem warming his hands up.
Yes, few players do actually. Mark Allen another. Just wonder if Jimmy's finished a little awkwardly on this black here.
Eight. Nine.
Might cause Jimmy a few problems, that red being close to the pocket now, because he's not on a colour. But how's he going to hide that red that's near the black pocket?
Yeah, that's his problem, all right. Can get through to the brown and maybe hide it with the green and the blue, but there's no guarantee that he will. Can't really roll up to the black because there's a chance he could leave another red on. Don't know how much of the blue he can see, although that wouldn't be the ball to play anyway.
Yeah, I think the brown's a pretty good option, but he's got to be so precise where he leaves that white. Or you could just pot it.
Foul.
That's a
Jimmy
good
Robson,
idea,
nine.
isn't it?
7.
Looks as though he
Mark Selby.
intended to pot the red, but he either intended just to cannon the red and knock it away from the jaws of the pocket, or to leave the cue ball on the side cushion so it wouldn't cut in. I'm not sure which.
Caught that far too thick, Jimmy, but he's had a miracle, it looks like, first glance.
Yeah, the way this match has gone, it's a little bit like one of those days so far for Mark Selby. He's struggling a little bit. His opponent's having a bit of luck as well when it matters. And that wasn't such a bad shot from Mark, but he's just a little unfortunate that there's a red finish near the right corner, although it looks very straight from here. So Jimmy Robson's going to have to play this with a lot of power to have any chance of getting onto a colour.
One. Brown ball. Foul. 1 Jimmy Robson, 4 Mark Selby.
Jimmy got that completely wrong. Disaster, really, to go in off. He was trying to leave the white in line with the yellow spot to get Mark in trouble, but he just caught it completely wrong, the brown.
I wonder if Mark Selby can play some sort of cannon into the pink delicately to hold for the black. This red's a little thin. He's managed to play it with heavy drag. Unfortunately, he's missed the red. He is struggling, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah, it's amazing, really. Jimmy made such a poor error, and it's got him straight back in.
6.
Jimmy has a bit of a smile on his face. Maybe that's gone wrong. Maybe he's not on anything here. Thin cut to the right corner. Even thinner one to left centre. This is missable. Oh dear. What a chance he spurned there.
Jimmy Robson, 6.
It might be the lifeline that Mark's needed in this match, because he's not looked comfortable so far in this match, but he's eventually going to take his chances if he keeps getting gifted them.
One.
Stuart Bingham was in terrific form in his first match of the day against Joe O'Connor, winning 3 frames to nil in no time at all. And Mark Selby will be playing Stuart Bingham after this match. It has to be said, Mark Selby is struggling.
6. Seven.
Big shot on the blue here. Might kickstart him in this match, that blue. If he'd have missed that, there was a good chance that could have cost him the match.
Well, you can see Mark Selby's freezing cold, isn't he? He's blowing his hands, trying to warm up. And it's very, very difficult to play well when your hands are cold. Can't seem to grip the cue the way he'd like to. It just doesn't feel
13.
good. Missed time shots because there's no warmth in your hands. So that will be the primary reason, I'm sure, for his struggles here.
$20. 21. 28. 29. 34. 35.
Cleverly develop the two reds whilst holding position on the pink. Now you wonder whether Mark Selby will continue to offer up chances on a plate for Jimmy Robson for the remainder of this match.
40. 1. 42.
So just this blue, red and any colour to pull within a frame of Jimmy.
47. 48. 55. 56. 63. 64.
'Well, there wasn't a century on anyway, and I don't think the yellow will pass the brown, so it's
70.
likely to be the end of the break. Spoke too soon. What a pot that was. All right, Mark, pot the green. You can't even see it.
72.
Wouldn't put it past him. Off the cushion, shoot the green somewhere. No attempt, just to hit the green. That's all he wants to do. But finally, Mark Selby has
Mark
won his
Selby,
first frame. It's been a bit of a
72 on the
struggle,
frame.
and Jimmy Robson had a golden chance earlier on in that frame as Mark Selby continues to try to warm his hands. He's won his first frame, but still trails 2-1. Mark Selby preparing to break off for frame number 4. Having just won his first frame. And he won it in a good way,
Again,
really,
fourth
because
frame.
Jimmy Robson had a
Mark
couple of
Selby to
great
break.
chances and spurned them. So psychologically, it's a good way to go into the next frame, knowing your opponents had chances. It's very, very cold here in Leicester. Players are feeling the pinch. Over on table 2, Joe O'Connor has taken a 1-0 lead in his match with Matt Selt. They very well made a century break. Clearance of 127, no less. tough shots those, Ben, aren't they? When you're having to swerve around a ball to hit one thin and get around the angles of bulk. They're tough. You're basically playing a swerve shot, aren't you?
Yeah, he just wanted to touch more swerve there, and it would have gone back into bulk, but if you get it slightly wrong, as you see, it looked a massive mistake. But yeah, it was one of the hardest shots you can play, especially controlling the swerve over such a long distance, because you're wanting it to swerve late, late into the shot. Further down the table, it's hard to control. Jimmy wants the white to keep rolling it.
6.
Well, it did well for him, that cue ball. He's hampered by the blue, but the red is cuttable. Problem is, can he get on a colour from this red?
Done brilliantly there, Jimmy, to find the gap in between the reds. Possibly a little fortunate. It looked a natural angle.
7. Lemon. Jimmy Robertson, 11.
Again, another good chance that Jimmy could have made more from. Just positional play. It's just letting him down a little bit. One. Jim Robertson, 1.
Perfectly played there. You see Jimmy tapping the table. I think he's snookered on all reds here. Just come off. I think we'll just come off 2 cushions possibly and roll up to those 2 reds that are together. Nicely done. I think Mark's got him again there. Snookered on all reds. Little bit trickier this time because there's not two reds together like before, so he needs to be more precise.
Foul and a miss for Mark Selby. Yeah. They looked at pot white to the brown was more or less middle pocket pot.
Because I've just come off 1-2.
Yeah. You want it back a bit further?
Yeah, I'll just play off 1-2 and hit the
Okay.
ring up.
If you can point it out, we'll do it between us. Bit more back.
Yeah, I'm going to play the same.
Okay.
I think a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit. You could see the blue as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Foul and a miss.
Close
for
again, but I
Mark
don't
Selby.
think any damage done. I think it'll be going back for the third time.
Check that for me, please. Yeah. Okay. Mark, thank you. Foul and a miss.
Jimmy won't
for
mind giving
Mark Selby.
away too many points here as long as he gets it right in the end. 'Cause it's a very difficult snooker to judge.
Yeah, 8 or 12 points, maybe even 16, doesn't worry you too much.
Yeah, Mark.
Perfect there by Jimmy. Be happy with that.
I've always said of Mark Selby, Ben, when he's playing well, he's the best player I've ever seen at finding the baulk cushion with his safety play.
Yeah, I saw a little clip actually on Q-tips that you did with Stephen Hendry, both of you talking about Mark at his best. He's maybe the hardest player, to beat. And Hendry was even including Ronnie in that. Yeah, it's hard to argue, but all these players at their best, do they really make a mistake? So it's fine margins between 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, I think in a lot of sports that's the case. I just think it's Mark's style of play. When he's at his absolute best, he's probably, for me, the hardest player to beat. Just because, you know, he won't make mistakes.
I think the other thing that he possibly does better than anyone else is just sort of what you call simple safeties. The concentration he puts into it to put in that white in an exact spot, because he knows how important it could be. I think that's possibly which makes him the best, obviously, safety player. Just there's no let up in concentration.
And let's be serious. I mean, he's been struggling in this match, but it's only because his hands are cold. If you can remedy that, there's nothing wrong with his form.
Yes, 6.
It's his typical Mark, really. You know, you feel like he's almost had a bit of a nightmare in this match, but you wouldn't be surprised if he's still come back and won it.
Well, if you're going to be the wrong side of the blue, it's better to be significantly the wrong side of it, as Mark is here, because makes getting in and out of bulk with the cue ball a lot easier. Love to somehow open up that black spot area. We're just going to have a quick look over on table 2. It's 1 frame all now between Joe O'Connor and Matt Selt, and Matt Selt's in here. Joe O'Connor made that clearance of 127 in frame 1 and had a chance to steal frame 2 when Matt Selt missed an easy ball to the right corner.
12.
Key shot for Matt Selt coming up here into the reds. Black goes in. Has he finished on anything? May have a red to the centre pocket.
20.
But keep you in touch with what goes on there, of course, as we always do. But it is available on our YouTube streaming channel. Matchroom Multisport is where you need to head if you want to watch any of the action that goes on table 2. Wow, so a lot of top and right hand side on the cue ball there.
18.
Now, is the top red of that group available? Shake of the head, maybe it's tight. The black has become available, though, into the same pocket. Maybe you can screw back for the blue. Gets such a lot of action out the cue ball. Mark Selby has a tip size barely over 9mm. The shot that he's just played there, for instance, I wouldn't be able to do with my cue. A lot of others wouldn't be able to either.
Yeah, because he had angle on that red, and he almost
24.
made it like a straight shot. The way the white just come back so easily, the way he cued it.
25.
The shot that Mark had played to be on the blue, if I'd have played it with Mikey, I'd have cannoned into the red near the side cushion there.
Nicely judged cannon there by Mark.
30. $31.
Now he's got on this black. Black should go on, I think, on the pink spot. Make things a lot easier getting on this black.
$38. $39.
I think that was Jimmy's last hope in this frame, that red. Can't see Mark not winning the frame at this visit now.
$45. $46.
It's just this black and one more red to raise that 2-frame deficit and take us into a deciding frame.
$53. $54.
Maybe his hands are warming up a bit. Because the more you're at the table,
61.
the warmer you're going to feel than just sitting in your chair. You're going to feel if it's a little bit cold. So the more he can
62.
stay at the table, I'm sure the better he'll feel as well.
Yes, and let's not forget the under-table heaters. They're going to help.
$69. $70.
Mark Selby developed the awkward red. Oh dear, he's found the centre pocket instead. So no century break from Mark Selby. I don't think it'll concern him overly though. More importantly, he's won the frame. And we are heading the distance here. And it is 2 frames all. So rejoin us please after this short break. What could be a very interesting deciding frame. It's 2 frames all. players shake hands, but it's Jimmy Robertson who'll be breaking off for this deciding frame.
Thank you. Deciding frame. Jimmy Robertson to break.
Important match for Jimmy Robertson, you feel. It's important for Mark Selby because he's already lost a match. If he loses another one, he may have to make sure victory in his remaining matches to make sure that he gets through to the playoffs later today. Just having a look to see if he can see enough of that red to the centre pocket that Jimmy Robertson may have left.
Jimmy will be relieved Mark didn't pot that. Not a nice feeling to leave a red into the middle off the break off.
It's certainly potted because the key will pass the green by a good 3 or 4 millimetres, so it's certainly on that red. Just going to have a quick look at table 2 briefly, because Joe O'Connor started very brightly with a break of 127, but since then it's been mainly Matthew Selt who's begun to dominate this match and take a 2-1 lead, so things are looking good today for Matt Selt, who's played some very good snooker.
43.
Jimmy Robertson on table 1 showing his disgust there. It's that long red by a long way, and he's gifted Mark Selby a golden chance. So we're going to resume coverage here of our main table because Matt Selby is certainly going to be 2-1 ahead of Joe O'Connor over on table 2.
Eight. Nine.
Mark Selby doesn't have much angle on this black to work with. I'm not sure he can screw into the pack of reds. It may be just the wrong side of the black to easily play for the red that's next to it. So playing for the one over the left centre to leave probably an angle on the blue to go into the pack.
16.
Just wondering about that little line of 3 reds though, just below the pink, whether they're a plant.
$17. $22.
Bit closer to the cushion than Mark would have liked there.
$23.
Didn't come far enough for the blue. He was trying to get top side there to go into the reds. It'll be difficult to keep the break going now.
from such a
28.
straight blue. Did remarkably well to get the cue ball anywhere near the pack of reds there.
Mark Selby, 28.
Jimmy left it a bit easy there for Mark to get back into bulk. Just got to be careful we don't push anything towards his left-hand corner pocket. Good shot by Jimmy there, acknowledged by Mark.
Jimmy just coming round the table to see if there's any chance of cutting a red into the right corner pocket here. Top red of that 2. So one that may be available. Well, that too thickly, and the cue ball's going to cannon the blue. Oh, it's not going to cannon the blue. But the red that's just finished below it looks to be pottable. One more good pot from Mark Selby, and the match could be in his hands.
One.
Yeah, good mid-range pot there from Mark. Just got to keep tight control of the cue ball here, just a series of stunners and little screw shots. Expect him to win the match from here.
Mark's always been known for that lateral movement of the head when addressing the cue ball and striking it, but it seems to have been eradicated largely over the last sort of 6 or 8 years or so. Does it less and less now?
8.
Yeah, he still does it, but it's definitely improved to what it was. Yeah, when he was first turned professional, it was really, he used to sway and move a lot, but it's almost minimal now. It's not as bad as it used to be.
Yes, as it's worse many years ago. It's quite nauseous, really, to watch.
But the main thing is he's still when he hits the cue ball, so I don't think it really matters too much.
14. 15.
Very handy that the black is available at least into one of its pockets. Also handy to remove this red so close to the black.
22.
Useful lead already, 50 points, so Mark can easily get over the line here with reds and pinks or reds and blues. Just 2 or 3 more reds with colours are all he needs.
23.
Yeah, and he's got the perfect angle on the pink just to screw over for a red in the same pocket as the pink.
$29. 30.
Finished so nicely on the pink, was able to screw into that red
36.
to hold for another. So just this red and any colour required to win yet another
37.
match from 2-0 behind. Mark Selby does not lie down.
$44. 45.
Yeah, I can't think of a worse player to have a lead against than Mark. You've definitely never won until you've popped that last ball.
Just tried to cannon the right hand red of the two together there to develop them both. Can play a similar cannon here from the pink.
53. $59. 60.
'Not a century in this match yet, but there is still enough on the table for Mark to make one here.
68.
Done with being a touch straight on the black.
$75. 76.
Pots is black. Expecting to make the century because natural angle will take him up for the yellow.
Three. Okay. 85. $88. $92.
Well, finally, Mark Selby is in full flight and showing us all just how easy snooker can be.
97.
Always nice to win the decider with a century.
103. 110. Frame a match.
Well, what a lovely
Mark
way
Selby.
to claim victory. He was 2-0 behind Mark Selby. Jimmy Robertson had chances to win 3-0 and 3-1, but Mark Selby finally found his A game and wraps up victory convincingly in the end. But a narrow winner, it has to be said, just by 3 frames to 2. Our next match coming up on table 1, well, it's Mark Selby again. And what a match we have in prospect, because he'll be taking on Basildon's ball run Stuart Bingham. What a match that could be. The 2 big hitters, the 2 world champions that are contesting this group. And that will be coming up for you in approximately 5 minutes' time. I wouldn't go anywhere. Could be a great match.
Now Joe O'Connor here on table 2, trying to make it 2 each with Matt Selt. Of course, O'Connor already on 4 points, so he's looking good for the playoffs. He's going to be there later. Matt Selt trying to get a 3rd point and potentially join him. So these are big moments on table 2. O'Connor was very impressive yesterday, of course, won all 4 of his matches. He was beaten there in his first match of the day by Stuart Bingham 3-0, but looking, well, he just needs, in fact, black and red here to make it 2-2 with Selt. It's Selt's last match as well, so if he loses it, then
38.
he'll be on just 2 points and may well miss out, may end up 5th. Lots still to play for, but of course, what you don't want to be in a position where it's out of your hands and you're waiting on other results. If Selt were to win the decider, 3 points may well get him into the playoffs. Certainly, he'd be coming back for the next group. We're just waiting on table 1 for a heavyweight clash between Mark Selby and Stuart Bingham, 2 world champions, of course, 2 winners of this Championship League, indeed. But Joe O'Connor, a Leicester professional, of course, runner-up last year to Selby in this tournament, made a maximum along the way, so he's got fond memories of this event and playing very well indeed again this year. Well, that's gone wrong, but surely he's done enough to win the frame. Yeah, Matt Selt concedes. So 2-2 the decider on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel shortly. And after that match, they will play the one between
Stuart.
Jack Jones and Jimmy Robertson.
Tails it is.
John Pellew
Okay,
conducting the coin toss here.
Oh,
Yeah, big match this. Mark Selby
Good
and
game, Mark. Good
Stuart
game.
Bingham.
Stuart,
Of course, Bingham's already on 4 points, Selby 3, so I think we'll be seeing both of them in the playoffs. But let's see how this one resolves itself. It may well end up, could end up the final later, who knows. Bingham a couple more centuries this morning, and Selby, of course, has had one as well in that most recent match. I was just looking at the head-to-head. They first played in 1999 as professionals, so 26 years ago. Mark Selby had only just turned pro. He was only 16 at the time. And 12-10 he leads overall. Their big meeting, I guess, was back in 2021, the semi-finals of the World Championship. The only semi-final there to go to a 5th session. I mean, it's long enough as it is, 4 sessions over 3 days, but they couldn't get it done in time. Had to come back in the evening. Selby won 17-15.
Stuart banked on getting that cue ball in bulk and hiding that potentially potable red to the right centre by the brown. He looks to have done a good job of it.
Well, whatever happens in the next couple of hours, Mark Selby has shown some very impressive form over the last few days. Whether that makes any difference next week at the Masters, we'll find out in due course. It's a different tournament, different environment, of course, but he's got what he wanted out of the week, I think, which is 4 solid days of snooker.
Definite chance for Stuart here, but just wonder if this red to left corner is straight enough to hold for the black. He may just have to play a delicate cannon to the red that's closest to the one he's about to take on.
1.
What a beautiful shot he's played there. That's another thing with the top players. They're never afraid to take on shots that could be costly if they miss them. That's not worked out for Stewart. The black spot's occupied, so that's got to go on the only other available spot, and that's the green.
8.
The black will be out of commission now for, well, probably most of the frame.
9.
Well, they've done some heavy scoring between them. Bingham has made 5 centuries so far. Of course, he's come into this group. Mark Selby's made 10. He played in the previous group. So, you know, they're only short matches, aren't they? That's heavy scoring, if ever there was heavy scoring. Of course, Bingham 1-4-3, top of the shop at the moment.
$14. 15.
He's at full stretch there, and again, he just couldn't get enough angle on the blue. He still has 1 red to play for, the one just to the right of the pink. And he'll have the chance in playing it to bring the pink into play, which, considering the position of the black, could be very important to Stewart.
$20. Stuart Bingham, 20.
Well, yeah, he just sort of gestured towards Selby because he could have left something on here, but seems to have got away with it.
Stewart's nickname, possibly out of all the professional players, the only one of any relevance.
Yeah, ball run, and I think it's a great advantage because if he gets a bit of luck, and everyone gets it, but when he gets a bit, it's like, oh, here we go again. Ball run. He's going to get all the luck in this match. Joe O'Connor first in that decider next door. 2-2 with Matt Selt.
$1.
No position on a colour, but I just wonder whether Stewart will decide to bring that black into play now. He has a 21 points lead. He's probably pondering this very moment. Is it the most judicious thing to do? Mark Selby 21 behind, red's in open play. Should he or shouldn't he leave that black where it is?
Stuart Bingham, 1.
There you go.
I'll be having a look at those two reds near the left corner because I'm certain they could be made into a plant. I'll be having a go at it, I can promise you. Mark doesn't like it. Maybe it can't be made. We may have a chance to see what Stuart Bingham thinks of those two reds, although maybe can't see them enough of the right-hand one anyway. It's a good safety from Mark Selby. Stuart's turn to have a look at those reds. I think an earlier comment of mine, I may have jinxed Stuart Bingham. Had no luck at all there. It's red near the left corner, easily cuttable.
No, it's kind of what I was saying. There's no evidence he gets any more luck than anyone else, but people think he does because of his name. You notice it more. You know, we always say, oh, there's ball run again, but didn't get any there. Well, maybe Mark Selby should have that nickname now. What a lovely couple of kisses they were. It's all part of it, isn't it? That's the thing. And the real challenge is dealing with it. Either way, if you get it, making the most of it. If you don't get it, not allowing it to sort of consume you.
Six. Seven.
I think this match could be wonderful practice for Mark Selby ahead of the Masters, playing somebody like Stuart Bingham, former world champion back in 2015. Player with immense pedigree and talent.
Yeah, of course, Bingham's a former Masters champion 5 years ago, 2020.
14.
He won at Ali Pali. Mark Selby, a 3 times champion, but hasn't had much success in the event in recent years. Hasn't been in the semi-finals, actually, for 11 years at the Masters.
15.
Oh, he'll be annoyed. That positional shot, awkward cueing. He's very fortunate, he just needs to drop it in for the red next to the blue. He's missed it.
Mark Selby, 15. One. Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
So that positional shot from Selby just left him a tougher pot than intended. He's missed, and Stuart Bingham looking to take full advantage. Stuart's such a snooker fan. I'm sure he will watch quite a bit of the Masters next week, but it'll be sort of with mixed emotions. Obviously, he'd rather be in it than watching everyone else
24.
scrapping it out for the £350,000 first prize and all the memories of having won there. So
25.
that's why he'll be working so hard to try and get back in the top 16 to be assured of these great tournaments.
Yes, he sits at 24 in the world rankings at the moment,
32.
Stuart, so it's going to be quite a tough task to get back into the world's top 16 with the standard of play we have.
Yeah, it's very tough. You basically have to win a tournament, and even
33.
then, I mean, Neil Robertson won one, didn't he? And he's dropped out again, so not easy in this very competitive era. So many events.
It's fortunately, though, for the great Australian, he's going to have benefited from Ronnie O'Sullivan's withdrawal because he will be at this year's
39.
Masters. Pip Jack Jones to a spot by 150 points.
40.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? What a bonus for Robertson. Meantime, that was frame ball. So Selby had a good chance, but didn't really get very far.
47. $48.
Well, surprised that dropped, but the frame was over anyway. Bingham has been
55.
excellent so far, hasn't he? He made that fine start yesterday morning, winning his first two matches. Of course, won a third last night and a fourth this morning, so he's unbeaten so far.
Stuart Bingham, 55.
It's the position Mark Selby was in the last group, actually. And Stuart Bingham already leading here 1-0. the last day of Championship League snooker for this week. We'll be back the day after the Masters, January the 20th, for Group 5, which is scheduled to involve Judd Trump, Neil Robertson and Tom Ford.
Thank you.
And the 4 players, of course, who come back from this group.
To break.
Stuart Bingham would like to put himself in the winners' group tonight. He's certainly making the running in this group. He's unbeaten so far. This is his 5th match, and he's a frame away from his 5th point. He leads Mark Selby 2-0. And that could leave Selby just struggling to make the playoffs. He's got one match later against Jackson Page, who looks set to be relegated, pretty much guaranteed. Selby may have to win that, depending on other results. If he loses this one, he's not lost yet, of course, and he certainly won't believe that he's lost yet. He'll be the last player on tour who would believe that.
Yes, and let's not forget he was 2-0 down to Jimmy Robertson. Found a way. Jimmy did have chances to win 3-0 and 3-1. Maybe if Stuart Bingham were given similar opportunities, it wouldn't be any way back for Mark Selby.
Four. Five.
Judging from Mark's demeanour, suggests to me that that pink doesn't pot. And therefore, that's end a break.
Mark Selby 5.
Well, he's caught that very thick and has left another chance. Just to say, Jack Jones and Jimmy Robertson just starting on table 2. That's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. I'm sure you know that by now, but if you're tuning in for the first time, that's where you can watch table 2. Jack Jones still got 2 matches to play, including that one. It's Jimmy Robertson's last one. They're both on 1 point, so quite a big match that in the group. Jones returns later to play Bingham, actually.
One.
Well, nothing's going for him, is it? Right now, he's caught the jaws there. That's why the cue ball's finished where it is.
6.
Mark's very good, though, at accepting the fact that he's not playing at his best. He's still able to find something that others may not. Made just as many mistakes, and
Mark
probably
Selby,
more in his
6.
earlier match with Jimmy Robertson, but again, he still found a way and ended the match with a century.
Well,
1.
it's at the point in the match where Selby needs things like that to happen for him. Bits of running.
Stuart Bingham.
It always
1.
amuses me. They apologise and then it's tight in behind the next ball. That's how sorry he is.
Well, Mark Selby has something to ponder here. The red that's closest to the black is an ideal red to try and rest upon. He's having a look now. You can definitely get there off 4 cushions. The only problem is he's playing into bulk and back out of it, so the red that he's trying to contact here, as you'll see, is behind him. He can't see it. This is all about judgment.
Foul and a miss for Stuart Bingham.
Now Stuart has to decide whether it's worth having this put back. Basically thinking to yourself, well, if I allow Mark Selby to play the shot again, would he leave me something easier than this?
One. Six. Seven.
Well, it's a chance for Stuart Bingham to get the match won, and it obviously would be satisfying to beat Mark Selby 3-0. That semi-final I mentioned at the Crucible, you know, it's such a psychodrama, really. 3 days, 4 sessions, and then an extra session. And obviously to come out the wrong side of it, he was, I know, very disappointed at the time. Obviously, I mean, why wouldn't you be? I remember there was one moment where Selby got a fluke
15.
and he kind of reacted as if it was the first bit of luck he'd had in about 10 years. And I know Stuart wasn't that impressed by that, but that's all part of it. You know, it's the World Championship. All forgotten about now, until I brought it up.
Well, a couple of shots ago, Stuart cannoned into a red just to the left of the pink that he intended to be on. He had to put a really good ball into this left corner. It's a very thin cutback, and he's done well to keep this break going, but he needs a good positional shot now. Be happy with that. The straighter it is, the better.
17.
And he's still run through for the black into the right corner here. Failing that, I think the pink pot's the left centre, so he's still in good shape here, Stuart. And he's a very good front runner. A lot of players like Stuart are the attacking players, the break builders.
18.
Stuart Bingham, who was English amateur and world amateur champion when he was younger. He was a bit of a late bloomer as a pro in terms of winning
25.
tournaments. It was the 2011 Australian Open where he won his first ranking title. By that point, he was already 35 years of age. But for him, the Barry Hearn era was perfect.
26.
All the tournaments, big and small. Remember the old PTCs? They were the sort of events he would seek out when there weren't any main tour tournaments to play in. Nothing was beneath him, so he really embraced that era of more opportunities, and of course in that era became a top player himself, became world champion.
It's that first ranking victory for Stuart in Australia in Bendigo was a surprise to me,
32.
because I was watching the final and Mark Williams it was who he defeated there, was well ahead of Stuart. Stuart was 3 frames down with 4 to play, I think it was, and Mark was well ahead in the next frame. So I decided to leave and go back to the hotel, and I shared an airport taxi with Stuart the next morning to fly back to the UK, and I saw this box in the boot of the car, and I said, Stuart, I said, what's in
33.
there? Is this a trophy? So what do you mean? And I didn't know he'd won. And I was astonished. It was some performance. It really was. And of course, well, he's blossomed into a great player since then. Of course, he's won 6 ranking titles, been in 11 finals, and now made over 600 career centuries.
Yeah, by any measure, it's a great career, isn't it? I'm sure Stuart will look back on a few that got away as well. That's inevitable. But he, of course, wants to keep going. And
40.
he's certainly going to keep going in this Championship League. He's unbeaten so far, and this is now a golden chance to complete a pretty thumping win over Mark Selby.
$46. 47.
Yeah, he's been shut out for long periods. The fluke helped in this frame. Bingham tucked him up behind the yellow. And Stuart Bingham just needs another red after this black, and he's the winner.
$54. 55.
Selby still has a match to play. Bingham's not happy there because he wants another century. And the frame isn't absolutely won yet. He's 56 in front. 62. You fancy him to have won, but 43 on. Selby may come back if this next red doesn't go in. In all the way, middle of the pocket.
63.
Well, Mark Selby's remaining match will be against Jackson Page. Currently is the wooden spoonist. Foot of the table, so very winnable match from Mark
70.
Selby. You'd expect him to achieve success there.
71.
Yeah, hasn't quite hit the heights in this group as he did in the last one, but still a chance later if he gets in the playoffs, of course, to win the group, which he didn't do, of course, in Group 3. Anyway, Stuart Bingham again has another match to play. It's just a question of whether it's 6 out of 6.
76.
He's got Jack Jones after the tea break.
$78. $81. $85.
So, looking good for a 6th century in 2 days' play.
90.
This is only his 5th match, and the short matches.
$96.
Stuart Bingham has really turned it on here in Leicester the last couple of days. And he'll be very confident tonight ahead of the playoffs. He's still got a match to play before that, but he ends with a century there against Mark Selby, who had very little table time in that one. And Stuart Bingham, for the second time today, has won 3-0. He beat Joe O'Connor by that score earlier on, and a big win there over Mark Selby. So here are the standings. Stuart Bingham 5 out of 5, so he's qualified. It's, as I say, it's just a question of whether he can win all 6. Joe O'Connor looking good with the 4 points. I'm sure we'll see him later. Well, we will. He's on 4 points, so he will qualify. The rest of it is still to be decided. Of course, Jack Jones playing Jimmy Robertson now, and then he's got another match after that, so he could still get to 3. So there's still plenty to be sorted out there. And it will be sorted out at 4:30. That match continues, of course, but the final session, 4:30, Mark Selby takes on Jackson Page, and Jack Jones will take on Stuart Bingham. And after that, of course, it's the playoffs. And on Table 1 tonight, we will have the final. So, you can, of course, watch Table 2, but we're going to take a break. We'll be back at 4:30 local time, and by the end of the night, we will have our 4th player through to the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League.